Hello, hello. Right, I'm just going to trust that the... Actually, no, I'm going to check. Check the audio levels are alright. Just in case. Yep, that seems good. Right, back to some more game dev then. So, yesterday, when we were playing around with... our King of the Ring game, we were adding a new slam attack, which I believe we've got into a fairly stable state now. Basically having this new attack here when the game loads. Should be able to show it. So it's that slam from above, which you can do a crit on. Oh. Okay, so that's one of the issues. It's going to be collisions with the people. I think the slam needs to ignore collisions with people and only hit the ground. And also, there's a few tweaks we need. So the radius needs to be based on the slam distance and the crit attack. So the crit is where it hangs in the air a little bit longer. So do this. There we go. So those are the normal attacks. Now I can get the timing right. There you go. That's the crit. So the idea is if you hit the slam at the very peak of your jump. There we go. Then you get your crit strike. Nice. Right, okay. So what we're doing today is tweaking those values. We're going to try and edit the enemy AI to include that slam attack as part of its options. And then what we might do is we might add, well, if we get to it, we might add some other characters. I think it might be an idea to shrink the people down. Like, what would it look like? Let's have a quick look. So we open up our prefab. And if we drop our sprite to like size 8 across the board. I think it's possible that that would be better. Spades, again into 8. And then the player as well. How does this look? So I'm hoping that we have a bit more space to play around with more characters in the ring. Right, we need to make sure that we don't collide with people when we're doing slam. Although I do want to be able to be grabbed. Oh, wait. Does that change things a bit? With the grab position here. Looks okay. Go and grab. Oh. I select all of them at the same time. No. What's 9 look like? Maybe we go with 9. Done that one, we've done this one. Hearts. Diamonds. Clubs. Yeah, just slightly smaller. I think that might be alright. Why is our score only 2 though? Someone got hit over the top of the collider. Okay, so that's another thing. Let's go back here then. So dead zones. Left and right now need to be a bit taller. Because it looks like you can get hit over the top of them. So that wire height needs to be like 40. That should be okay. Okay, and then the other thing is the slam animations for the other characters needs to be different. So in our player model, at the moment our character animator uses the hearts controller. So if we gave it clubs, does everything still work the same? I think the slam would still be hearts. I think that's what I left it as yesterday. Let me just double check. Oh, wait, it's still... Oh, that's weird. Oh, because wait, this is the old player, right? Nope. Yeah, so that's still got hearts. Let's leave that at hearts. That'll be simpler. What's happened here? Where's the scene? Yeah, so I don't need this on hold time as well. Let's take that away. What I might do is have a little play capture on this. Right, okay. Let's have a little look at the code. We've got to tweak some options here. What do we want to start with? We can do the animations. Let's do those first. So, King of Hearts is the one that we did. King of Spades. Let's take our King of Spades. We're going to look at the sprite. We're going to have a look at our slam attack. We're going to rename these spades attacks. Oh. I'm going to check these ones. Get updated too. This is the spades controller, yep. And then all we need to do is swap the sprite. So, in our characters, on King of Spades, we look at our sprite. We go to Slam. I think all we need to do so 11, 12, 4. Right, yeah, I think we just replaced the sprites here. So let's record. So we're starting at 11. King of Spades 11. There we go. We get to here, and we want 12. Then 4. Then 5. And finally 6. I don't think we go further. No. So that's that one updated. And then the land, we go 13 and 14. So now that should be, those ones should all work now. And then obviously with the correct movement it will work out. So that's our spades sprite done. So let's do clubs next. So we can copy, oh no, copy. Right, and then we're going to edit these two. So clubs, sprites, Slam, the clubs here. We're starting with 11, and then 12. There must be a simpler way to do this, but not seen it yet. And then 6. Right, that's that done. And then we go to our Slam land. And record 13 and 14. Right, hearts was done. And then diamonds. You can see anyone that's left? Yeah. So that should be the last two animations. Find our diamonds king. Right, not the idle animation, it's Slam. And our sprite sheet for diamonds is here somewhere. Oh, this should be renamed. Oh no. Is this the old sprite sheet? No, I didn't want to open. No, it's the correct sprite sheet. I think what we're going to do is we're going to recut this, reslice this by cell count. So we've got a 5x5 grid here, yeah, and that should just rename everything for us. And actually, I think we need to rename it to the same naming convention first. And then we do the sprite editor. Now slice it. We'll get it all renamed properly. Yep. So now that's matching how it is for the other ones. Now hopefully it hasn't screwed these. Oh, it has screwed them all over. No. Oh, that's annoying. Right, our sprite initial is 0, I think. Let's go in here. What's going to be the quickest way to do this? I think it's going to be copying another king's animations into here. Should just be able to paste, right? Doing something. Yep. And then getting rid of these. Annoying because I'm going to have to redo all of this, but hopefully this is the only time. And then we update all of these, get rid of the clubs. And then we're just going to have to go through and record. Nope, I want to build. I want to paste. We're going to have to re-record the animations. Hey Runa, how's it going? Right. So now we just need to replace the sprites in each of these animations. So we've got this selected. Ah, this is all different as well. I'm good, thanks. Just trying to get my head around these animation setups that we've got here. I think it makes sense for me to get rid of this and just do a new copy of the clubs one. Yeah, probably doing some more DVD. I was trying to get through the Halloween tome that they've got just to unlock the cosmetics. So yeah, about 9 o'clock this evening, so in 6.5 hours I'll probably be doing some more DVD. At least that's the plan for the moment. So I want to let those cosmetics disappear. Especially the hag one looks pretty good. Although I never play hag, so I don't know why I'm too stressed about it. No, I'm precious about unlocking them. Oh, these were right. Oh. This should just be called Slam, though. Yeah, and this should be called Slamland. There we go. That's what I had wrong. Nope. Oh. But yeah, depending on how quickly I get through those challenges, I'm gonna try and get started on some other horror games as well tonight. Or at least that's the plan. Right, that one's... Okay, that all needs updating though. And then you here. Right, so these are all identical now. But they just have different animations in controllers. Right, so now we want this one idle. This is going to be grab attempt. Grab success. Holding goes here. Throw. And then jump. Slam. Slam land. I think that's all of those. Really, this should just be called jump, shouldn't it? Not player jump. Let's get those all correct. Right, I think that's okay. Right, now what I should be able to do is go to our diamonds animations. Here we go, right. And now for each of these animations, it should be here now in this drop down maybe. Oh, it's missing the animator, that's why. There we go, right. So for each of these we just need to update the sprites to use the diamond sprites rather than clubs ones. Yep, okay. So record diamond 1, diamond 0. Right, and then diamond 2. I'd love to see it happening, but maybe I need the scene here. Yeah, there we go. That's diamond 2. 8. 9. 10. 11 here. And that should be end of that jump. Yep. Let's start this up, grab. So 1. God, there's loads of grab. 15. 16. Useful, actually, that's closer. Slow progress here. 17. Then 18. I wonder if the drop down's quicker. Might be. No, because I've got to scroll again. 18 and 17. Right, that should be the grab attempt, grab success. Yeah, 18, 19, 20. There's definitely got to be an easier way to do this. Applying the sprites in an animation. Holding is just, should just be 22, 23, I think. It cycles around between that. Idle, I think we did. Yep. Jump we did. Slam we haven't done yet. So 11, 12, 4, 5 and 6. 13, 18, 14. And then one last one throw, hopefully. 23, 24. Alright, 22. Then 24. And then back to like an idle. Okay, I think that's all of the animations. Right, so the scene can go back over here. So now I think each of them should be able to do the slam attack as well now. So we save all of that. Just double check something like this. Cool. That sounds good. Right, now we're looking at the enemy controller. Well, was there anything more to do in movement? Yeah, slam radius based on slam strength. So let's have a look what slam strength we're getting here. And then throw distance based, throw strength should be based on distance from slam location, which I think is this one. Throw power, yeah. So this should be divided by the distance. No, so we're going to say float distance equals this. Ooh. So our position minus our enemy's position. Let's say we're at x equals 1 and the enemy's at x equals 3. We'll get a -2. We're at 3, they're at 1, we'll get a 2. So that does tell us the distance. So the larger this number is, the smaller this needs to be. Oh, but we don't want negatives, do we? How do I want to do this? Mathf dot sine of distance turns the sine returns a float. Let's have a quick look. What does mathf dot sine do? Returns when it's 1 when it's positive, or 0, -1 when it's negative. Okay. So really, not that direction equals this. And then we want distance equals mathf dot absolute of distance. So that will get rid of the negative value. And now if distance is less than 1, we want to set distance equals what? I think. Then we shouldn't need this. And then here we want let's just log out our distance plus direction plus not that direction. Cool. Let's give that a try. Yep, let's just go for it. But let's take the character controllers out of the equation for the enemies. Just make it a bit easier to figure out what's happening. Right, enemy controller turn off. Okay, so they should just stand there and not do much. Good. Okay, let's get our console available. So we're getting our slam strength here. Goes up to about 40 or 50. Why did we want to log slam strength? Oh, because we're looking at the radius. Right, okay. So normally it's about 15. And it can go up to 50. So I feel like we could do the radius as like a... Maybe divide by 10? How wide is this view? -4 to 11. Wait, why is the ring not centered? I thought the ring was centered. Oh, because I'm looking at the sprite. Ignore that. Right, -7. That should be 0, yeah. 7. So we got a distance of about 14. So a radius 10 for a crit could be okay. Bit extreme. I think we want this to be slam strength over 2. No. Over 8, let's do. Oh, I need a console log for that as well. Radius needs to be slam strength. Oh no, don't want to do that. I think some new music. Right, that should, I think, tell us everything we need to know. Some more of White Bat music. Right, okay, let's see. Oh, why have we not got controls? Let's restart. So still to do is to ignore colliders when we're slamming, apart from the ground. Let's set a radius of 1, and then if we crit, we get a radius of 5, but we're doing the slam in the wrong direction. I think we're doing the slam in the wrong direction. Yep. That looks decent. Right, let's restart. Right, I think that looks kind of right. If you don't slam too close to them, then you don't really hit them very far. Unless you crit. And then when you crit, they really fly. Well, let's try and move some of these around without getting thrown off. Really, it needs some kind of animation to show the slam, but okay, I'm fairly happy with that at the moment. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. We don't need this. Right, are there any more to-dos in hip movement? No. Doesn't look like it. Right, where's our main camera? Here. So I think what we need universal additional camera. I wonder if it's easier just to add in no, not like this. I think I need package manager. Yeah, here we go. Cinemachine is installed. Okay. So on our main camera, components, Cinemachine, virtual camera. Right, I think this is where we're going to have to watch some tutorials. Cinemachine, camera, shake. Let's have a watch of some Samyam.
Showing you how to use
load.
I'm going to be showing you how to use Cinemachine's impulse source so that you can shake your screen when you collide with objects, and you can also shake your screen for certain events. And this is all built into Cinemachine. Alright, so let's start. So the first thing you want to have is Cinemachine and
Right,
cameras
we've got
that you can use.
Cinemachine.
In this case, we'd want to go for the create a 2D camera.
Ah, this is what we didn't do though. Let's remove that. So component, Cinemachine. No. Cinemachine. 2D camera, here we go. Right, let's reset position. We need to move up. I feel like it's 3.8, not 3.9. Yep, that looks good. And is this our main camera now? That yeah, I think we've overtaken with that. Okay. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do a window and window for this instead. Just so I can have it playing on the other screen at the same time without having to stop. So let's do a game dev source. Add window capture. Research window. Okay, that looks like that worked. Now one over in this corner. And we're going to cut it down to just the window. And we'll include the channel name in it. Let's see. Something like that look okay? That looks alright.
Since this is a 2D game, and in a previous video, which I'll link down below, I explain more of the Cinemachine parameters that you can find when you add in a Cinemachine virtual camera to your scene. So if you're interested in checking that out, it'll be in the description. So for your camera, the main thing that you want to specify is your follow. So you want to follow your player, so you can just drag in your player from your hierarchy into that follow parameter, and it will automatically center it so that your player is in this yellow square. And then there's a bunch of settings that you can specify here. I'll just fill them out and show you them. Alright, so here are some of the values that I've picked. You can preview this by going to your Game tab in Window, General Game. And then you can be sure to press Game Window Guides, and that'll show you the preview of how your camera is going to be centered. And so here are the settings that I chose. The main thing is that I increased the X and Y damping. I added a follow parameter.
Right, let's double check this.
Where it says Cinemachine, and then there's a bunch of different kinds of cameras that you can use. In this case, we'd want to go for the create a 2D camera since this is a 2D game. And in a previous video, which I'll link down below, I explain more of the Cinemachine parameters that you can find when you add in a Cinemachine virtual camera to your scene. So if you're interested in checking that out, it'll be in the description. So for your camera, the main thing that you want to specify is your follow. So you want to follow your player, so you can just drag in your player from your hierarchy into that follow parameter, and it will automatically center it so that your player is in this yellow square. And then there's a bunch of settings that you can specify here. I'll just fill them out and show you them. Alright, so here are some of the values that I've picked. You can preview this by going to your Game tab in Window, General Game. And then you can be sure to press Game Window Guides, and that'll show you the preview of how your camera is going to be centered. And so here are the settings that I chose. The main thing is that I increased the X and Y damping. I added
Right, what have I changed? Why can I not see the characters? There we go. Right. Too many layers in. That's why. Okay, so she said you could see it by going Window, General. And then where'd she go?
And then you can be sure to press Game Window Guides, and then in Window General Game. And then
right. Window General Game. That didn't seem to have done anything. Oh, wait. What's she looking at here?
you can be sure to press Game Window Guides, and that'll
Game Window Guides is on.
show you the preview of how your camera is going to be centered. And so here are the settings that I chose. The main thing is that I increased the X and Y damping. I added a little bit of look ahead.
Really can't see what that says there. Right, I'll just have it zoomed in for a bit. Let's just check that that looks okay. No, not too bad.
Head time, so it looks ahead to where it thinks the player is moving, and then I changed the camera distance.
So round robin, lens is left. That's not the transitions, it's the body. Frame transposer requires a follow target, that's why. So we do follow our character here.
So it'll be a little further away from the player. And then there's some soft zone.
So our soft zones need to expand. We can do an offset, right? Yeah, here we go. Right, so this needs to be our 3.8. We need to zoom out a little bit. No, that's fine. So I think that's still 0.5. I think we want to have this tracked across here. So this will be 4. Is that any different? It's more zoomed in, isn't it? Oh, we're higher as well. Maybe 3. A little bit less, 2.9. 2.8. So now it shouldn't move unless I go into the red zones, right? Let's see what happens with the camera. That's not what we want. See how it could be useful, but not this. So are we on our... No, on here, on the body. Okay, so that's just how long it takes to snap. Look ahead time 1, what does that do? Oh. Look ahead ignore. No. Ah, here we go, dead zone works. Right, so we want to max those. Yeah, okay. So we're not moving at all now, but we are actually following our character. So here we want these maxed. I think. So I think that means the camera won't move unless we fall out of the screen. But yeah, that should be stuck, right? Right, so that's basically as though... But if we jump out the screen, restart. Restart's in the right place, that's good. So I think the only thing is if we get hit like really high up and in the air. Cool, okay.
Here. If you want more details on this, you can check my previous video. So you can see how this looks like when you press play. It follows it pretty smoothly, and you can play around with these values. So the main thing that we want to do in this case is that when we crash into this player, we want it to shake the screen, and this can be used for any kind of game. It doesn't have to be 2D, it can also be 3D. You can easily adapt it for 3D. So let's start by adding the collision shake. So in the Sim Machine virtual camera, if you scroll down, you can see there's an extension, and you can click that extension and a bunch of stuff will pop up. There are extensions for the Sim Machine, like a confiner, which confines the spaces which it can move on, but in this case, we want to add in a impulse listener. And so an impulse listener basically listens for impulses from the scene, and if it detects an impulse, then it will tell Cinemachine to go crazy and shake, depending on how you told it to shake. So there's some options here. First of all, there's a channel mask. So this is kind of like layers for Cinemachine. So you can have several layers for different impulses. So if you want an impulse impacting one layer and not the other, you can specify that. But in this case, we just want the default, and you can specify it by going to the edit on the side, and it will tell you to make a new Cinemachine impulse asset, and you can just save that. And when you click it and expand it in the inspector, you can see that you have a size, and you can just increase that size to maybe 3, and then you can name the channels that you want, or layers. But I'm just going to delete that since we don't need that for this video. Next up is the gain, which is the strength of the impulse signal. By the way, you can hover over these to see their tooltips and they explain what they do. So it's from 0 to 1. In this case, 1 is the normal strength. And
Okay.
from 1 to 0, it completely mutes the signal, so it won't shake at all. And then in this case, we do want to check use 2D distance since we are a 2D game, and it basically ignores the Z-axis for calculations, which we don't need. So once you've added the listener, we actually need a source for the impulse, because even if you have a listener, if you don't have anything that it needs to listen to, then it's basically just sitting around. So I've made up a little enemy here, but it's not really an enemy, he's just a guy walking about, but we'll just say he's an enemy. And so there's a couple things I've added to him. It's the sprite render, of course, an animator so he can move up and down and change the sprite. I've also added in a box collider, so this is very important. So in this case, we're going to be adding impulse on collision. So for collision, we need to make sure that our player has a collider. So we can click on our player and we can just add in a box collider 2D. So we got to make sure that our player has a collider, and then we have to make sure that the thing we're colliding with has a collider. So I added in a box collider 2D for this enemy as well. And you can select is trigger or not. In this case, it will work for both. Is trigger, if you have it checked, your player will go through the object, but if you don't have it checked, then the player will collide with the object, and the object will be like kind of a wall stopping the player from continuing. So I'm going to deselect it since generally you don't move on top of people in real life. And then one thing that you need to add is a rigid body 2D so it can detect the collision. So in this case, I've added it to the enemy, and there's a couple things that I changed here. The first one is that I froze its rotation on the Z-axis. Since we're in 2D, we don't want it to be rotating on the Z-axis because that's for 3D rotations. And you notice that for 2D, Unity generally has gravity pointing down. So if you left it like that, it would just fall down because it's a 2D game and it thinks that gravity is pointing down. So we can actually change that in the settings for a top-down game. And so we can just go to Edit, Project Settings, and under Physics just make sure to set the Y to 0. By default, it has Y as 1, meaning the gravity is in the Y-axis. But in this case, we don't want any gravity affecting our player, so
we want gravity, so we're going to leave that.
Box collider, we can add in an impulse source. So we can add component and search for a Sim Machine impulse source. There's two of them, so we have the collision impulse source and the impulse source. In this case, we want the collision impulse source, since this will be on collision and it handles it for you automatically. You don't have to code anything, which is amazing. And then there's a couple of settings here that we can mess around with in order to change how it shakes the screen. So the first thing that you may notice is the impulse channel, which, as I mentioned before, is the layer in which the impulse is happening on, and you can change that around depending on how you like. And then one big important setting here is the raw signal. So this is how we want our signal to move around, or kind of like the noise of the screen shake. And to make one of these, we can just do it in our project folder. So we can make a new folder called Cinemachine Noise, or you can make it whatever you want.
So I think what we want is we want the ring to have this. So we've got our collider, we've got this, not his trigger. So here, impulse. And which one did we go for? Collision impulse source. I think the enemies aren't tagged, are they? Yeah, they're untagged. The player is. Oh, the player should have a player tag. That's where the collider is, so that's the only one that matters. That's fine.
And to make one of these, we can just do it in our project folder. So we can make a new folder called Cinemachine Noise, or you can make it whatever you want. And then there we can make a new Cinemachine Noise. So you right click, create, and then under Cinemachine, there's two settings that we can change. There's the noise settings and there's the fix.
Right, so let's do a new folder. I'm just going to call this Cinemachine because we might have some other stuff. So we're going to create Cinemachine. Where are you, Cinemachine? There you are. Noise settings. Big signal definition. Which one?
Signal definition. Let's do noise settings. And once you click it, you can see in the inspector you have some parameters here. For the noise settings, it's more if you want to have waves. So in this case, we have the position noise, which is how we want the screen shake to change in position. And then we can also do rotation noise, which is how we want the screen to rotate during the shake. In this case, let's just do position since we're in 2D mode. We don't really want any rotation, but you can just specify it and it will be the same process. So let me show you how to do the position noise. So we can expand the positions like so. In this case, we don't want position Z since we don't really want to move it in the Z axis, but of course you can. So we can expand position X and position Y, and you can see that we have components here, and you can add to a list. And so once you add to a list, you have two parameters here. We have a frequency and an amplitude. A frequency is the speed of the wave, and the amplitude is how high that wave goes. So let's put the amplitude to 1, and you can see we have a straight line here, and then let's put our frequency to 5. And you can see this isn't actually linear, and it's because there's a checkbox at the end of this, and it says non-random wave if checked. So if we leave this unchecked, it adds some randomness to the wave, which you might like for certain parameters. But in this case, to show you how it works, I'm going to check it, and now it will remove the...
So I think we want our X to be less. And we want our Y to be a bit more. 5. Can I preview it? It's
randomness that it adds to it. Since we have a frequency of 5, it happens much more often. If we decrease the frequency, it decreases the speed of the wave. The amplitude is the noise of the channel. You can see in the tooltip here, it says larger numbers vibrate higher. So this is kind of like the strength of the vibration, and you can play around with those values. And what's cool is that you can add multiple components to a position. So you can add the plus sign here, and you can add in another wave. So let's say we want our frequency for this one to be a little bit higher. So let's say we want a 7, and we want the amplitude to be 0.3. So this actually adds on to this frequency and amplitude. It basically combines them together. And you can select it to be not random, but in this case, let's add a bit of randomness. Up here, you can see that we have a preview time and a preview height. So we can actually press animated to see a sample of how this screen shake would look like. And then we can change the preview height, which changes the height of the preview, and we can change the preview time, which of course the more time you add, the slower it will look because it's a much larger time frame. And this is just for preview, it doesn't actually impact the screen shake. So let me uncheck this so to add a bit of randomness, and let's add in our position.y. So let me show you what Unity says in their documentation. They say impulse assumes that the main direction for an impact is down, so as a general rule, your signals should put more vibration along the y-axis. So generally they recommend adding more impulse to the y-axis than to the x, and so you can copy these values if you want. And the same goes with position z, rotation x, and rotation y. It's the same process, and this is really simple to do. Then there's another kind of signal you can do by right-clicking, create, Cinemachine, fixed signal definition, and so this is with actual curves instead of noise. So you can click on the box here and it'll come up with a curve. So they have some preset curves that you can pick, and this defines how you want the shake to
the noise will be fine for what we're doing it for here.
Linearly decrease down to 0. You can also make your own curve by clicking this gear icon and pressing new, and you can name it noise, and you can actually move around the points that you want to wherever you want it. To add points, you can double click on the line to add a point, and then there's going to be 2 points connected to that line, which defines the slope near this point.
Don't need this.
Settings here that are in the impulse source. So the amplitude gains defines the strength of the signal. So it starts at 0, 0 meaning it has no strength.
Right, so now we're going here. Impulse listener. Signal shape. What? Where's this? Machine collision impulse source. Oh, that was on our ring, right? Yep. So default. Signal shape. Custom. No? Where are these settings? Skip forward.
And for the Z curve. In this case, we don't really need a Z curve. Alright, so once you've defined your noise, we can go back into our enemy, so we can just drag in our noise settings, or your fixed signal. And so let me...
Why do I not have that option? Default. Dissipating? No. Legacy? Ah, legacy, here we go. Right, that'll do for the moment.
Explain some of the settings here.
We'll use the legacy ones.
So the amplitude gains defines the strength of the signal. So it starts at 0, 0 meaning it has no strength. 1 is the default value, and if you put it greater to 1, that means a stronger value. So instead of changing the noise settings here, you can adjust the overall amplitude and frequency for your raw signal. So the randomize checkbox down below randomizes the raw signal start time, so it can have a little bit of variability when you start the screen shake. Time envelope controls the duration of the impulse and the intensity of it. So there's two main properties here. One is attack, and the other one is decay. So attack is the lead up to the screen shake, and the decay is the end of the screen shake after the has been reached.
I think you want that immediate. That's fine.
Is playing, it doesn't generally start off really strongly. It starts off slowly and builds up to the top, and then once it reaches the top and the music is ending, it kind of soothes away slowly. And so for that, you can use a curve, and they have several curves defined here, so we can use this one. Generally, you want it to point upwards because we want it to start off lowly and then increase over time. Here you tell it how long you want that to last. And so they have a scale with impact checkbox right here. And this means the stronger the impact is, the longer it will last. So you can check that there. Then we have a spatial range section. This area is mostly to do with the location of the impact and how you want it to affect a larger radius. So for example, here we have the radius of the impact. Currently it's 100, which is very large. And then we can do a direction. So in this case, it's fixed. So there will be no rotation when there's an impact. But if you put rotate towards source, it will rotate towards where the impact came from. So this is much better for 3D games. Say you have an enemy or bullet coming from the right and it hits you on your right side. Then the screen shake will kind of rotate a little bit to the right to indicate to the player that, hey, someone's shooting you from the right. Maybe you want to look over there and do something. Dissipation. So this is much better. Here we have, and so they have it do the opposite.
We want that negative.
And the music is ending, it kind of soothes away slowly. And so for that, you can use a curve, and they have several curves defined here, so we can use this one. Generally, you want it to point upwards because we want it to start off lowly and then increase over time. And for the decay, we can do the opposite. We can specify one going downwards with a slope. The sustain time is the time where it maintains the full amplitude.
Why do we not have a slope going down? I feel like that's not what we want us to do. Right, let's put that down like here. Let's put you up here. Right, yeah, that'll do.
Here you tell it how long you want that to last. And so they have a scale with impact checkbox right here. And this means the stronger the impact is, the longer it will last. So you can check that there. Then we have a spatial range section. This area is mostly to do with the location of the impact and how you want it to affect a larger radius. So for example, here we have the radius of the impact. Currently it's 100, which is very large. And then we can do a direction. So in this case, it's fixed. So there will be no rotation when there's an impact. But if you put rotate towards source, it will rotate towards where the impact came from. So this is much better for 3D games. Say you have an enemy or bullet coming from the right and it hits you on your right side. Then the screen shake will kind of rotate a little bit to the right to indicate to the player that, hey, someone's shooting you from the right. Maybe you want to look over there and do something.
That's interesting.
Is what happens when the impulse reaches outside of the impact radius. You can do an exponential decay, soft decay, or a linear decay. The dissipation distance is, well, the distance that this kind of goes into effect. If you put linearly, for example, then it will decrease linearly over 1000 distance. And finally, the propagation speed specifies the meters per second, the speed at which the impulse propagates through space. So right now it has a 343 meters per second speed, which is very fast, which means that the higher the speed is, it will allow listeners to react more instantaneously, while if you put it lower, it will take listeners a little bit longer to react.
Isn't 343 the speed of sound, anyway?
A trigger object filter, so this is really important. So this is what we want to listen to in what layer mask and with what tags. So in this case, we want our layer mask to be player, and we can just remove the default because we want it to detect collisions with the player. And you want to select your player, and up here under layer, you want to be sure to select player. If you do not have a player layer, it's because you...
Oh, we can just set its player. Right, okay.
And we can can just remove the default because we want it to detect collisions with the player. And you want to select your player, and up here under layer, you want to be sure to select player. If you do not have a player layer, it's because you have to add the layer, and I just added in a player layer into...
That might be easier. Right, yeah, let's do that. Player... Sort, check out. Done. Sorting layers, no. Tags. Player, right, okay. And then ring. Down here, we only care about the player. Yeah, there we go. Not default. That's fine. Ignore, it doesn't really matter, but that's fine.
Great. So make sure your player has that layer, and then the enemy has the layer mask. And you can also choose which tags you want to ignore. Lastly, we have how to generate the impulse. So you can use the impulse direction. So depending on the direction of the impact, the impulse will be impacted. You can scale impact with mass, which they take this from the rigid body, and you can scale impact with speed. So how fast the objects are colliding. In this case, I'm not going to select any of those. So right off the bat, if you press play,
I want it based on
test
speed.
it out. Then we have this intense shaking screen.
Right, so I wonder if, because I start standing on the mat, if we got it. Let's see if this works yet. I feel like there should be more to do first. It's quite extreme. I thought it was only for players. Why is it hitting all the others? Right, okay. Right, so what I actually need our background to be way bigger. And also for our impact to be way...
Whenever we collide with the player, and this is all out of the box. No coding whatsoever, which was pretty amazing. And you can just go into the enemy and actually decrease the amplitude to like 0.2, and we can decrease the frequency.
Right, okay. Let's do that. We go here. We go... This amplitude needs to be way, way less. So 0.2 is probably fine.
To maybe 0.4. And see, now the effect is much less. And then finally, what if you want to do an impulse signal, but you don't want to actually do it on collision? Maybe you want to do it when a certain event happens. Well, that's really easy. So I'm just going to right click and create an empty object.
Alright, now let's... oh. No. I need to make sure I do it when I'm not on the game mode. Let's undo the game mode. Yep. Let's set that to 0. I might even do 0.1. 0.2. Let's see. And then we ignore untagged. I mean, that's quite good, like, floating ship mechanic for the boats. So really, we want the background to be bigger. So let's scale it up to like 5 by 5. And then we won't overspill here. Just double check what this looks like. Yeah, those lights are okay. Right, so I think we want to do... a bit more on this. So let's do like 20. And 5. And this can be like 20. 20. So now let's have a look and see what that looks like. I think a little bit of shake for all of them would be good, and then it only does a bit like a big shake when... yeah, that's too much. That is better. I think the frequency needs to be higher. That looks better. But less... I need it to be less extreme than that. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Phantom, how's it going? Yeah, this is a little game jam game that we made for Ludum Dare 51. So I'm just continuing on and doing a few extra bits, some extra features and stuff like that. And I'm just looking at messing around with having a bit of a camera shake when you do slam impacts. It was Ludum Dare. It was a couple of weekends ago, and the theme was every 10 seconds. It's quite fun. It's first ever game jam and first ever 2D game. So it's good fun, like trying out pixel art and all that kind of stuff, figuring out how to get everything up and running. This is a little bit too extreme on the amplitude, I think. We do something like this. I think I want to damp it a lot more. Do you do game development stuff? Or just enjoy playing games? So let's dampen this massively. Let's go 8 and 3. Let's go. Oh, nice. Yeah, I started. When was it? I started working on like a 3D game back in February. I did that for like about a month or two on and off, and then over the summer basically didn't do too much on it, and then one of my old flatmates was like, oh, I'm not doing anything the next couple of weeks, do you want to do a game jam? So we looked into Ludum Dare and we thought, oh, we'd give it a go, see what we could do. Yeah, I've not tried Unreal yet, mainly because I want to make games that everyone can play on any device. And I feel like Unreal is very much geared towards high-end, photorealistic, or like really nice-looking games that look great, but most people won't be able to play to the full settings. So I want to start with some like pixel art games that you could basically play on any mobile phone or any laptop or any device. And hopefully that means more people get to play. Right, that's a bit better. I think we can massively dampen it down for all of these individual lands though. So let's go for like 1 and 0.5. That gives it a little bit of like weight to it. And then what we want to do is if we get like a crit slam attack, which like that, then that should do a bigger impact. Yeah, I've not looked into Unreal yet, and obviously a lot of the people doing the game jam were doing Godot games. So apparently a lot of indie developers like having a bit more freedom than using Unity's built-in stuff. I really don't understand some people who do like they do a game jam and they decide to build a game engine from scratch. It's like, what? It's not hard enough as it is to make a game. Okay, that seems okay. How do we get 4 points there, though? There's only 3 enemies on the... Oh wait, we just reset everything, haven't we? This game, yeah, it's should be that link above. So King of the Ring on itch. I think that should have put a link in the chat. So this version, yeah. So this is an updated one. This link is what we managed to do in the 72 hours. So there's a link here to like the original submission. Which was basically, it was way too easy. It was like, you can just clear the ring straight away. And then this updated version, I think has the grab attack in, like, and proper animations, and a bit better audio balancing, so it's not ridiculously loud when you start it. Oh, and better character controls and easier to determine who you are. And then this is where I'm starting to add in the slam attack. So that feature, hopefully when it's done next couple of days, there'll be a new version on that link in itch, and might be doing a few more edits, or might start on a new game. But it definitely needs a bit more polish. Right, so that noise setting, did that save values? Yeah, those are okay values. Let's maybe tone this down a little bit. Let's go for 10. And then on our ring, we want to keep most of the frequency. We're going to drop the decay so it's more snappy. And I think we want it to happen for all of them. Let's have a little look. We're using a little tutorial from Samyam here about the Cinemachine screen shaking. Yeah, if you're getting into Unity games, she's got loads of really good tutorials. We'll restart that. I think it needs to be dampened a bit more though. We just want a little tiny effect. What about 0.1? That's too small. Okay. I don't think we need it based on speed though. Or maybe we do. I wonder if there's a way to opt out of screen shake as well. Might need that in the settings to... What's up there?
I'm just going to call this Shake. And so I've already made a script for this called Shockwave Unity Event, which I can show you it right now. So as you can see, I just have a public Unity event. You can work with events. And then I have a simple invoke repeating. So after 3 seconds, we will execute this function right here. And this function will execute after that every 4 seconds. So after every 4 seconds, we want to invoke our Unity event. So now we have an event, and then we can add in a new component, and we can add in a normal Cinemachine impulse source, which is the same settings as the other one, except in this case, it's not collision, it's just a normal impulse that we have to manually tell it to shake. So I can just add in my noise here. I'm just going to decrease the amplitude and frequency once again. And right here, you can see that in our Unity event, we can add in a new event, and we can just drag in the script here, and then under no function, we can say Cinemachine impulse source, and then we can generate.
Right, okay. So we add in a new object.
I'm just going to call this Shake. And so I've already made a script for this called Shockwave Unity Event, which I can show you it right now. So as you can see, I just have a public Unity event. You can work with events. And then I have a simple invoke repeating. So after 3 seconds, we will execute this function right here. And this function will execute after that every 4 seconds. So after every 4 seconds, we want to invoke our Unity event. So now we have an event, and then we can add in a new component, and we can add in a normal Cinemachine impulse source, which is the same settings as the other one, except in this case, it's not collision, it's just a normal impulse that we have to manually tell it to shake. So I can just add in my noise here. I'm just going to decrease the amplitude and frequency once again. And right here, you can see that in our Unity event, we can add in a new event, and we can just drag in the script here. And then under no function, we can say Cinemachine impulse source, and then we can generate the impulse. But this is a great example if you...
Right, okay, so let's just double check those settings again. So I think it will have reset. Yeah, so this was 0.03. 0.1, that's fine. That's fine. And then what do we want to do as the... I suppose the event system makes sense to... Or can we put a child on the camera that we can just go shake? Weapon spell. Right, so they've got a script.
We can add in a normal Cinemachine impulse source, which is the same settings as the other one, except in this case it's not collision, it's just a normal impulse that we have to manually tell it to shake. So I can just add...
Right, let's have a look at that code. So we go to our scripts folder. I guess game managers. Let's just do here script. We're calling this camera shake. Event, and we'll open that up. And we want a public Unity event. Using Unity engine.
Seconds. So after every 4 seconds, we want to invoke our Unity event. So now we have an event.
Right, we need to go back a little bit there.
So as you can see,
Here we go. Unity engine. Using Unity engine. Oh. Dot events. And it doesn't look like we're actually using Cinema Tuner in here. We don't need these two either. Public Unity event called shock. Lowercase. Sure. So in start, we don't want to invoke repeating. So I think what we want is an on enable, and we want to subscribe to movement crit. So how did we do this before? Game manager. It's like this: public static event action. So here in our slam, no, we want an action here. So this is going to be on crit slam. Why are we missing action? Action needs a reference. What reference does it need? Using system. Yeah, there we go. And when we're slamming, it's basically here our slam strength. So if slam strength is greater than 40, we do dot question mark, no, question mark dot invoke. How do you do the event? Question mark dot invoke. Okay. Right. And then in our camera shake event, we need to go. How did we look for this? Main menu manager dot unseen loaded. So I think we go movement dot on crit slam plus equals our slam shake. So camera shake, let's call this. And then we need an on disable. which will be the inverse. We'll unsubscribe. And then we don't need an update. We just need a private void camera shake. And this one we're going to do our shock event. Ooh, shock. Dot invoke. So maybe we don't even need this whole function. But this gives us other options to trigger the camera shake. So this is probably a better way to have it. You're saved, you're saved. And then I need to apply this camera shake to this game object. When it's finished loading. So add our camera shake here.
Just have a public Unity event. You can work with events, and then I have a simple invoke repeating. So after 3 seconds.
And then what else were we doing? Can I move that down? Oh, can't really move down that much. Kind of in the way there though. That'll be alright there.
We will execute this function right here, and this function will execute after that every 4 seconds. So after every 4 seconds, we want to invoke our Unity event. So now we have an event, and then we can add in a new component, and we can add in a normal Cinemachine impulse source.
So we add our normal impulse source. Legacy again. We use our normal noise setting. And we do these again. Although I don't really think that they're necessary. Something like that. Very quick fall off.
Which is the same settings as the other one, except in this case it's not collision, it's just a normal impulse that we have to manually tell it to shake. So I can just add in my noise here. I'm just going to decrease the amplitude and frequency once again. And right here you can see that in our Unity event we can add in a new event, and we can just drag in the script here, and then under no function.
Right, so we do this. We add in our camera shake event. No. What do we move into here?
Not collision, it's just a normal impulse that we have to manually tell it to shake. So I can just add in my noise here. I'm just going to decrease the amplitude and frequency once again. And right here you can see that in our Unity event we can add in a new event, and we can just drag in the script here.
Oh, this script, okay. There we go, right.
And then under no function we can say Cinemachine impulse source, and then we can generate the impulse. But this is a great example if you had these in separate.
Right, so this generate impulse. Oh, I mean that. And maybe this will be like 0.5 and 0.4.
Scripts, you can just drag in the script here and call it through a Unity impulse source, and then I do the same thing as the other one. I do an invoke repeating on this function, and then I call source.generate impulse. object, the Cinemachine input, and I have a
Wait.
have a script for that as well. So I is in separate scripts. You can just drag in the script here and call it through a Unity event. If you don't want to call it through a Unity event and you want to call it manually, you can also just have a script for that as well. So I have a script called Shockwave Listener. I just say using.
Right, let's test this, see if that works. So we should still have the little impacts of players hitting the ring. Yep. And then if we get a crit, we can time it right. It is more of an impact, but not really that noticeable. Let's leave the amplitude at 1. Let's see what that looks like. What if we leave that at 1 as well? That's much better. I think I need to dampen the other. Yeah, okay, so that should be 1-1. And then this one needs to be slightly less. Maybe 2 and 4. So now the only other thing is I want to do a little zoom in on the player when you get a crit. Nice, right.
Cinemachine, and then I have a reference to move it the direction it collides with, and move it in that direction. Then we can add in 4 seconds. And you can send an event to the impulse, so then I will shake the screen right now. That's kind of how it works. So yeah, that's how to do a shake screen. You don't really need.
Cool, that was very useful. Right, let's turn that off for the moment though. Let's save all of that. Right, so I think the other thing I want to do, where's our Cinemachine here? Add extension. Maybe follow zoom. Actually, let's remove that for the moment. Let's see if we find a good tutorial on that as well. So Cinemachine, zoom. Let's do 2D. Let's check these two. Oh, and we've got Sammy again. Might just go back to her video.
Today I'm going to show you how to pan and zoom using Cinemachine, and this is going to be similar to my line writer video where I did a pan and zoom, but this time we're going to be using Cinemachine, and we'll also be using the new input system. Alright, so let's get started. First, I have this simple map here that I actually used for a previous tutorial for grid movement, which I'll post in the description. You want to make sure to download the new input system and Cinemachine, so go to Window, Package Manager, then under Unity Registry, be sure to download Cinemachine here, click Install. I'm just going to upgrade it.
We've got that.
This is going to be kind of manual since there's no built-in pan and zoom yet, so I could just call this Cinemachine Camera. And then here under the virtual camera, the main thing is that we don't want a follow or look at because that's more for if you're following a player. So we're just going to leave that to none. And then under the body, just put do nothing. And for the aim, put do nothing. So we're going to implement all the functionality ourselves. And a group of actions ourselves. And so under your scripts folder or anywhere you want, you can new input system so we could read those values without having to enable the.
No, I don't want to do this kind of stuff.
Y-axis, you can click your mouse script. And let's call that pan and zoom. Reference to. Alright, and so now we actually want to do panning and zooming. So let's make some functions for that. So let's do panning first. So we can say public void. We're just going to take and float. For pan screen, we'll call this function in order to determine what direction it should pan in. So let's pass in our float x and our float y, and that's going to return vector to 0.0 because currently the screen. Alright, so in the pan direction, let's start with the y, so the height. So we have our x and y, so we can say if our in that direction. But we can say times created with our virtual camera. So here we can say camera transform equals virtual camera game object, and then we can just say dot transform to get the transform. And so up here, let's actually declare a serialized field, and let direction we can just cast it to a vector. And we can get the first one. If you remember here, it corresponds to our vector 2, which is our panning, and then it gets the x. And we can do the same for y. Float.
I think what we want to do.
Again, since it doesn't save. So for the zooming, there's a couple things that we want to declare up here. So first of all, we want our speed. So private float zoom speed. We can set it to maybe 3. Next, we want to make sure to clamp the value of our zooming so that we don't zoom in too far and we don't zoom out too far. And so we can say private float zoom in max. And you can just set that to 40. And this is based off of our field of view values, which that's what we're going to be changing in order to zoom in and out. And you can also do the same for zoom out max. So private float zoom out max. And you can just set that to maybe 90. Alright, and so then we can make a zoom function. So right here, we can say public void zoom screen, or whatever you want to call it. And then we can take in our float value. Just going to call it increment, and that's our z-axis value that we're going to be passing in. And so here we can just say if z does not equal 0, then we can call it zoom screen and pass in our z. Right, so first we want to get our field of view, so we can say float field of view equals virtual camera.mLens, which is a member variable. And then you can just say field of view, and so then we float target. So this is our target zoom level or field of view that we want to reach. And we want to do that because we want to clamp that value to make sure it doesn't exceed how much we want to zoom in or out. And so here we can just put in the current field of view for now. And this
we don't need to worry too much about that.
The minimum value and the maximum value. So this is going to be our zoom in max and our zoom out max. And so for the field of view, we want to add in our increment here. Remember, it's going to be negative if we're zooming out. As a side note, for the zoom, you can also add in an invert so that instead of zooming out while scrolling down, you can zoom out when scrolling up. All right, and then we can just do a similar thing as the pan screen. So we can say virtual camera.mLens.field of view equals mathf.lerp. So we can start from our current field of view and then lerp to our target at our zoom speed times time.delta time. Alright, so then in the CinMachine camera, we now have a zoom speed. We can increment the value, and then when we press play, you can see that when I scroll up, I actually zoom out, and when I scroll down, I zoom in. And I don't have those scrolls that travel, so my scroll is making a lot of noise right now. And so you can see what's happening. When we scroll out, you see that our field of view is increasing, and you see that as we approach our maximum, which is 90, it starts to slow down considerably. But when we zoom in, we're going fast because we're not near our zoom in maximum value yet. But once we reach that value, you see that it'll start to slow down. And as another side note, I've actually put the pan speed down here so we can be consistent since over here.
Okay, so this is really the only important bit. So we can just set that field of view. I wonder if we can just set the lens auto size. Unity, CinMachine, lens, auto size. Right, so I think what we want to do now is we want to change here. We want another event. I think we want another event. So on crit start. And then when we do our slam attack, invoke this. Right, we can get rid of this crit now. And then here, let's just do it in here as well. On crit start. And let's do our private void zoom. Camera zoom. And at the moment, what we're doing, we invoke crit slam after 0.1 of a second, and then 0.2 of a second. So let's do so we want to do zoom and then invoke zoom out. Let's call it zoom out. After 0.2 to start with. And then we want a private void zoom out, which will do undo zoom. Right, now we need a reference to our camera. Private, actually, let's just do an awake function. And we want our private, actually, even better, let's just do a serialized field. And this is going to be our virtual camera. Cinemachine virtual camera. Active virtual camera. Let's see what we've got here. Using Cinemachine. I might not need that. Yeah, here we go. And let's call this VCam. So VCam dot mlens. Yeah, there we go. Dot orthographic size equals 4. Right? And then all we have to do is make it change over time rather than just rapid in out zooming. Maybe that might work. Let's just see. I think this will do a quick zoom in, as in an instant zoom in, zoom out when we get our Slam. Right, so normal jump, crit. Come on, how do we do a crit? Yeah, gotta get the timing down. What's happening? Wait. It's because I haven't applied. I haven't told our serialized field what the virtual camera is. This VCam. There we go. Right. Yeah, I didn't notice any change. Oh yeah, okay. I was just blind not to notice the change. Okay, so we want to kind of want that, but we want to zoom slowly towards the player. Which maybe is this alert function. So here we want to do math f dot alert. So current field of view will be 5. Target is 4. And then we want to do a zoom speed times time delta time. And then this will be the inverse, so 4 to 5. And then we want another serialized field, which is our zoom speed. So this is a float zoom speed. Okay, and then let's set our zoom speed at
Here in our zoom alert, we're putting the speed as the third parameter, and it works just as fine. So yeah, that's the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed. Go down, you can zoom out when scrolling up, right? And then times time dot delta time. Right, so then in the field of view, and then alert to our virtual camera.
where have we got zoom set?
Increment here. Remember, it's going to be negative. And start from our current field, and then when we press play, you can see that out and like drop happening. Field of view, and then alert to our target at our zoom speed times time dot delta time. Right, so then in the sim machine camera, we now have a zoom speed. You can increment the value, and then when we press play.
So let's set this to around about 5 and see what that's like. And we can tweak it around to see what works. And then the only thing different is I want to zoom towards the player rather than... Come on, get the time right. Ah, because that's done an update. Right, okay. That makes sense. Okay, we don't need an awake, though. We do need an update. So if zoom, let's say zoom in, else if zoom out, and we have our private pool. Zoom in, private pool, zoom out. And these default false. Right, and then when we do camera zoom, do that through. Oh. False equals. Right, zoom in is this one. Zoom out is this one. Otherwise, you do nothing. Let's change this to back out. And we swap these two. So camera, let's just call this, actually, let's call this camera zoom in. No, not that. Camera zoom in. Let's call you camera zoom out. And then let's also have a reset. Void reset. Oh no, reset zoom. And that's just zoom out equals false. And just in case, it should do this back to 5 as well. Right, so this goes from 5 to 4. Let's just double check that's the right way around. In a second. I think 5 is actually too far out, isn't it? Let's see where this goes. I think this is almost correct. I'm going to do a quick break and get a coffee and stuff like that. So, okay, it's got a weird effect. I think the zoom speed might be too quick. That might be why. Maybe it's too slow. Maybe these timings are too quick. Let's do something like that. Did it not start at 5? Is that what I'm getting wrong? It is 5. What did it change? Like it changes location then. 3.8 minus 11 and 0. Let's see if it transforms. I think it, because you zoom in, it shifts the center a little bit. So we just need to change those timings a little bit. Ah, okay, it's not changing quickly enough, right? So we want the zoom speed to be way faster, right? Let's see what it's like at like 50. That might be closer. What does it look like at 200? Really would love to see the individual values it goes to there. It seems to jump so quickly. Maybe we don't have it zoom back out. Let's just do that. So it should just do the zoom in and then it resets. Let's see what that turns out like. Right. Come on, please work. Why is it like shakes in and out? Right, let's set that to 100 and we'll watch this value here. It's actually not bad. I think if I change the timings a little bit, so we can get rid of this zoom. We can even get rid of this reset zoom. Let's do this. So this goes completely. This isn't used. This isn't used. This isn't used. Right, we'll give it one more try and then we'll do a little break. Need to reset because it's moved. Confused. It's not doing anything. It's hardly doing anything now. Oh wait, this value reset. That's why. Bad, not too bad. Right, let's set that shake value to 100. We'll save that. And yeah, we'll do a quick break here. 5 or 10 minutes just to go and grab a coffee, more water, toilet break, etc. So, swap those over. 16, that's fine. Probably won't be 15 minutes, but I'll leave that timer on. I can't bother to change it. Right, back in a bit. Right then. Let's see, where are we? We've got a bit of camera shake going on now. Kind of working, it's not too bad. So I think the idea now would be to make sure that it zooms in a little bit on the player. At the moment, let me do our crit. If I can hit it. I think we can have a bit more impact on the ring. And a bit more of a shake as well. Let's bump this up a little bit. Let's do 2 on the frequency. So the only difference now, so what's that, 2 and 0.5. Let's make sure those values are correct. 0.5 and 2. Right, so now on this shake script, I think what I want to do is have a an awake function where I want to get our player. So private game object player player equals, how do I find the player again? There's an easy way to do it, but I can't remember. Get player game object Unity. Game object defined. There we go. Here. Game object dot find player. Let's just log player dot rb, no, dot location. Can I do that? No. Do I need to do a dot get component? Get components. Rigid body 2D dot position. I think that's what we want. We want the player rigid body, so then we can get the position. So what we want to do is when we do the zoom, we want to also pan a bit towards the, or we want to center on the player maybe? So we should get the player position logged when the game starts. That looks about right. So let's say, so really what we want is rigid body 2D, player RB. No, let's undo that. Let's do player RB dot get component this, and then right. And then how do we affect this virtual camera? I want it to move towards the player. Let's restart. Let's double check what we're doing here. Okay, that's doing nothing. Ah, because of the dead zones, right? Okay. So we've gone down to 4. That's not doing anything. What do we really want to do here? We want to... So we could set the dead zone width down to 0. We could set the, yeah, if we set both of these to 0. So if we need those damping at 10. Ten's too much. 5. Let's see 4. And then when we return to this, I don't think that won't reset the camera though. I can't actually move these positions, can I? Right, let's have a look at this again, because we're basically doing pan and zoom. So it might be an idea to follow the same idea here.
Ourselves. And so under your scripts folder or anywhere you want, you can right click and create a new input action. And we can call this mouse controls or anything you want. And so this is the input system. Let's add a new action. And this is
So basically we're saying follow 0 and transposer.
And then here under the virtual camera, the main thing is that we don't want a follow or look at, because that's more for if you're following a player. So we're just going to leave that to none. And then under the body, just put do nothing. And for the aim, put do nothing. So we're going to implement all the functionality.
I think that makes more sense. Let's do that. Okay. So we're going to clear this. We're going to do nothing. We're going to do nothing. I think at the moment that should still do the same stuff, right? What's Dutch? I don't know why we're doing that like weird shaking in and out though. Oh, Dutch's angle. Okay, right. Ah, that might be better. No, oh god, we don't want to do physical. Perspective though. Oh, oh god, no, that messes with field of use, doesn't it? Yeah, this is better. Right, but now I can move this around. Yeah, okay. Let's see what this, let's get a better understanding what this math.lut does. Math.lut. That's too old. Right way to learn. Enter value from a known range, which is specified using a min and max value. Yep. Value that's returned is defined by a third value. The point in between 0% will return a minimum value. Halfway. Okay, right. Okay, yep. This is definitely a better way of doing it. Let's try with this though, rather than an update. What's the namespace? With enumerator? Remember. Where are we here? I enumerator. System.collections, there we go. Okay, right. So when we want to do this, duration, so 0.5 F. So really, we just want to do this here. No, here. This is what we're replacing. This is our value to change. So 4F. Hide this. Right, so what we're doing, we're starting our coroutine. So I don't need these. And that runs this I enumerator with our end value and our duration. Time starts at 0, start time, no, start value, which would be 5. Well, time is less than duration. Okay, let's see if that works. A bit better, hopefully. Field camera shape. Zoom in is assigned but never used. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's better. We just need to get the zoom out done properly. Ah, here, we can just do the end value. It's being 5F. That should return it anyway. I think we can get rid of all of that as well. now all we need to do is move the focus slightly. That can go, that can go, that can go. Works, that's good. Can I do 2 of these? Let's hold off for the moment. So our VCam dot position so I think what we want is we want private vector 2 default cam position. Oh. There we go. So then default cam position equals the vcam dot position. No, dot game object dot position. Let's just do a new vector 2 0 3.8 0f 3.8f. Right, let's call this one lerp zoom. This one can be lerp position. What options do we have here? Vcam dot we do like move towards or mlens dot see what we can do. So Cinemachine vcam move to position. Right, so private, this thing, which is going to call vcam position. And we're going to say that equals that. And then here we're saying vcam position dot something in here that's interesting. Screen X. And screen Y. Start value X. What's this? Start value Y. What's this? And value X and value Y. Oh, actually, this can just be start value, right? So that just reverts. And then these two at the end just become their start values again. And then I don't need the original values, hopefully. And then here we do lerp position. Okay, and then we might need an even bigger background, but that's okay. So player rb dot position dot x, player rb dot position dot y. Maybe. Let's see what that's come out with. I have a feeling we're going to have to restart that script, because there's been a significant amount of changes on there. Right, no warnings now, at least. Not set to the value of an object. Vcam. Line 64. Object reference not set to instant of an object. Camera shake event. What have I missed? I've missed something obvious, haven't I? Right, let's log these two. I don't know if I can just do that. It seems to be letting me, so let's see what happens with that. Okay, it's got X and Y correct. So that's not the issue. Camera shake event. Move next. Log here. That actually worked doing those. So let's do start Y, start X, start Y. And let's do end X and end Y. Let's see if those come through correctly. No. Let's just restart just in case. So maybe it's not finding the VCam position. In which case, when we do our zoom in, we should be able to log out, right? VCam position. Let's just check this first. Null, right. That's failed. Does it fail if we put it here though? And what was it? We'll restart the script again, just in case. Camera shake event dot zoom in is never used. Oh, this one. And zoom speed's not used now, is it? Let's run that. Yeah, it doesn't like that then. So this is not how we get our Cinemachine framing transposer. Because we're not using the framing transposer here. So we just want the transform, don't we? Are we confusing this more? What would you get components? Transform. Private transform. Vcam position. Vcam position equals vcam dot. Did I get the transform? The transform attached to the game object. Yes. Right. That's what we want. Don't care about that. And then this is now can we just get X and Y here? No, but we can get local position. We can get position. Here we go. I think this should work. Let's just do. Oh no, just this bit. We can't modify that. Can we do this? Let's just see if that works. And if it does, then we'll tidy it up. Slash, maybe we'll just leave it like that. Let me restart this because it hasn't just reawoken. So we're not running that await command, which is, so it's not setting the value, I'm hoping. Kind of. Z still needs to be minus 11F or minus 10F or whatever we're using. This shouldn't have to restart. Hopefully. Come on. Feels like we're getting really close now. It looked like it was shifting across the right part of the screen. Almost. I just feel like it needs to follow the player down a little bit. Before it moves back. So can I do... Let's do something like this and just copy this for the moment. So when we finish that zoom, we then take a new snapshot of where the player is. No, let's not do that. Let's undo those decisions. I think the thing here should be the X and Y values change with the... So don't get locked. That's what I need to do. Right. Because at the moment we're locking these X and Y values in. Right. But they should really just be here anyway. Right, so we don't care about that. We need end value X to be, no, end value Y to be that, because that might be moving. Oh, is that gonna... that could mess things up. We'll see what happens. So now I don't think these should be used at all. So if we get rid of these, does it complain about anything? Oh. Again, we shouldn't have to restart the build because there's nothing there in Awake that we're changing. And all that we might need to do is extend the time of... Yeah! I think that's basically it. I just don't want to see below the frame of the... The problem here, I think, is that when we're hitting the ground, we're going too far below the ring. And what I don't want to do is just stretch out downwards. It's not too bad. You can see underneath the ring for a second. That'll be alright. Okay. Right, I think we're kind of happy with that. Okay, right, let's save this. Let's commit. So, added other suit animations, slam animations. Added camera shake and zoom. Shake, pan, and zoom. On crit slam. Slam crit. Cool. Right, we didn't really... Oh, it looks like my mic's picking up the fireworks going on outside. Getting a few going off at the moment. Right, what did we say we're doing? Improving enemy AI and animations. We got the animations, but we haven't actually given them the AI yet. So the only difference would be to trigger the slam attack. Right, so we're idle, following, we do a random action. If we're holding, we do it fairly swiftly. Is holding object. Don't need that in it anymore. The state is following target. No. Oh, that doesn't happen because we're not updating target. So this will never happen anyway, but that doesn't really matter too much. It's just some empty code. What do we want? We want a ball. Private ball is jumping. Why did that let me autocomplete? It's already here somewhere. No? Okay. Unusual. Right, so if we jump for float seconds equals true. Where's our collide with ground? Here. Set it to false originally, that's fine. So enemies can't recover from throws, so we don't have to worry too much about that. Right, if is ramping is true, then we want to change how our function works here. Or is jumping. So then randomly every half second, what's the min? 0.2 seconds. Sounds about right. Right, so it'll either grab or jump, and if it has already grabbed something, then it's more likely to throw. I think we should change this to grab and throw. Just so it's a bit more obvious what's happening there. Now here we can do if is jumping, slam, else jump. That's what we're going to do. And I think we just do movement, enemy movement dot slam. Where's our slam attack? Yeah, just slam. Oh, slam direction. Is that even used anymore? No. So enemy movement dot slam. God, this code is so messy. Let's save. You don't need a direction anymore. Where's your slam? So maybe the enemies will do a slam now. Very unlikely that they'll get a crit slam because they're randomly doing it. So I think we just sit and watch now and wait for hopefully one of them to do a slam. That's the grabs. Small jumps. Small jumps means it's impossible to do a slam anyway. I think spades has a higher jump anyway, so clubs probably won't do any slam. Why are they grabbing so much? Right, something's happened there. Enemy controller. Right. If it's jumping, we do this. Right, so let's do a log here of is jumping. Random number. And then we should figure out what we should be seeing here. Right. Why is jumping true? It shouldn't be true. Set to false there. Set to true here. Set to false here. Yeah, this isn't quite just enemy death now, but that's fine. If we collide with the ground, jumping set to false. That should just happen. Let's restart, because obviously something's not triggered properly there. Have I got like not equals to or something? Where's our collider? Untrigger enter TD. Should be the same as this slam. Yeah, on collision enter. On collision or trigger? Ah. That'll be why. Right, private void on collision enter 2D. Collider 2D. Collision. Function. If this, we'll just cut here. And we'll get rid of this else. That should be it. Right, they're all true again now. Why? What does this say? Message parameter has to be of type 2D. On collision enter, if collision.game object or compare tag bound. That's exactly the same, right? Collision. Let's just copy these lines exactly. Double check. Oh, did I do collider? Yeah, okay. That'll be why. Hey, see some slams. So far only spades, but is spades the only one that can jump high enough to do a slam though? No, there's diamond. Almost like he was just wanted to shut off for me. His club's stuck. Let's turn off spades and diamonds for a second. I think clubs is untrue. Yeah, so that shouldn't be true. I think that's mainly because clubs in general just needs a slightly higher jump. Is that going to be enough of a differentiator? Wait, diamonds has only got 13? Right, no. That didn't need to change. No. I didn't mean to do that. I just undone a load of things and I don't know what I did. So don't save. I really hope I saved that recently. Let's just see where we are. I feel like I save fairly regularly, so hopefully I didn't lose much there. Oh, I saved here, right, okay. I think it was 15. I think I saw 15 before. So we're going to clubs. We set these 15. Go back, we save, we run. Right, I want to see all three jumping. All three slamming. I think some of them are stuck again. Let's check diamonds. No, let's check clubs. Oh, clubs got a crit there. Oh no. Ah, but what I can do is I can set individually their crit windows, can't I? If I change their crit multiplier to 1, then they'll never get enough power for the crit. It's done by power? Was it done by power? I don't think it was it? Yeah, on crit slam invoke. Yeah. Right, so what I can do is make this a serialized field. And I think that's what we use here. Yep. And that means that their velocity range will be 0 as well. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, that's fine. Which what we're going to do, we're going to default it to 0 and save. And we're going to set the player one to 2. Ooh. Right. And I think if this works, we're going to wrap up the stream about there. Right, let's have a little look. We need the player to be set to 2. The only thing I'm not sure about is their slam doesn't seem to be doing anything though. Right, let's check that these guys can still slam. Right. We've seen true and false. Well, mainly false is the key one. Okay, a value over 50 please. There we go. Come on, I just want to see one slam attack, that's all. There's a bigger jump there, go on, big jump. Come on. It's gotta be a slam. Come on. There we go. Right. Spring dimes back in. Let's double check you work properly. Oh, I think it's not. I think it stops because I disabled them. Multiply one, and I think what we want to do is give these higher slam strength. Oh, is that not? That's not going to overwrite the actual values, is it? No. The player needed this range to be 2. Right, that's those ones. N1, 5 through 2, 10 1 0, 10 1 0. Okay. Let's see if that has worked. I've just realised these have all got the enemy controller script turned off, so they shouldn't really be doing anything. I can't quite remember how that's working. It seems to be working. Oh. Occasional bug is fine. Oh. Where did he disappear to? What happened there? Oh no. Right, you know what, actually, let's turn on the enemy spawner. And then let's give these all their controls back. And let's see, hopefully, everything running. Let's see what this game is like now. It sounds pretty windy out tonight. Okay, there's an issue where some of them disappear if they try and slam. Is it just clubs? No, no. Right, was it just clubs that disappears when it slams? Oh, no. There's still that bug, which I need to fix. I want to see clubs. Get rid of these guys. Don't want any of these. Here you go, 2 clubs. What was this error? Oh, that's okay. Why does clubs disappear when it slams, though? I think it must be the animation. Is it just... Oh, you can slide. So I've got to fix that the collider needs to be turned off. I don't know what they're recovering against as well. It's actually quite satisfying. Right, 3 clubs. Come on, one of you've got to do a slam. No, no, no. Oh, just about. No, 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 no. Oh, God. Right, he managed to do one. Oh, that's just so satisfying to do the... Come on, where's the next lot? It's quite satisfying to clear a whole ring. No! Come on. Right. Yeah, see, they're still disappearing. Why are they disappearing though? Are they actually gone? Right, for some reason, sometimes doing the slam makes them disappear. Which I'm wondering if it's killing them off somehow. What are they colliding with then? Oh no. No, no. Right, let's pause. Let's make this absolutely manic and do like a spawn interval of 2. And then I've got to get out of the way before they start spawning. Right. So then the first wave will spawn after 8 seconds, and now it's every 2 seconds. Should spawn some more. No? Why does it not affect some of them as well? There's got to be some movement queued up for them. Right, let's do that and just see how manic it gets. If it will load, that is. Run. Oh wait, what did I get hit by? I'm getting caught up in the slam attack. Unless someone else is doing one at the same time. So yeah, this is why I need to avoid colliders. Yeah, I think while slamming, because this is happening because we've collided with something. You basically have to make sure you hit the ring. So you gotta... Oh no. So that won't work because I'm landing on someone. It's quite funny seeing them just fly off though. Right, let's revert that though. Let's back to 8 and 10. We save. Actually, I might start the initial delay at like 5. And then it's every 10 seconds. Right, I'm going to commit that. What did I change? Enemy controller. Enemy AI can now slam. That's pretty much it. Right. 6 o'clock. I'm going to wrap the stream up there. I'm going to be back on a bit later for some more DVD. Yeah, thanks to everyone who's dropped by. Hope it's been an interesting stream. And I think this is getting pretty close now to be able to put up a new version on our itch page, which is currently here. So that's an old version that doesn't have the slam attack in yet and some of the newer features, but It's getting to a stable point, so there might be an update pushed pretty soon. Yeah, other than that, back a bit later to do some more Dead by Daylight. Trying to finish off the Halloween event tome to unlock all the rest of the costumes there. And yeah, so that's in about 3 hours. Hopefully see some people later. Thanks and bye.